Hello, everybody, and welcome to my Tuesday Diablo 4 stream. Like every Tuesday, we'll start off with my comic book picks, and then we'll go right into the game. For Marvel, the first comic on the list is Black Cat number 10. Um, and it looks like she's teaming up with Venom, um, or one of the other Venom-like symbiotes. Um, because I think there's two of them that look like Venom now, but I don't remember who the other one was. But she's on the cover. It is showing that she is teaming up with one of the Venom symbiotes, the one that has the golden black outfit. The next on the list is Captain America number 11. Captain America number 11 has four variant covers. So find the one that you like the best and snag it. Doctor Strange number 6. It has one variant cover. Iron Man number 5. It has 5 variant covers. Null number 5. It has 2 variant covers. Magic and Colossus number 4. 3 variant covers. Spectacular Spider-Man Brand New Day number 1. It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 variant covers. For those people who like Darth Maul, Star Wars Shadow of Maul number 3 is out. It has 4 variant covers. Amazing Spider-Man Venom Death Spiral Body Count number 1. It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 variant covers. Basically, it's a Spider-Man Venom team up comic book. Let's see here. The Mortal Thor, number 10. It has 2 variant covers. Ultimate Endgame, number 4. It has 4 variant covers. Uncanny X-Men, number 28. 4 variant covers. And Wolverine, number 20. Absolute Batman number 20. It has 3 variant covers. Action Comics 1098. 2 variant covers. Barbara Gordon Breakout. 4 variant covers. Emperor Aquaman number 17. 2 variant covers. Green Lantern Corps number 16. 1 variant cover. Sirens Love Hurts number 4. 2 variant covers. Supergirl number 13. 3 variant covers. The Fury of Firestorm. 3 variant covers. Archie teams up with Army of Darkness number 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 variant covers. Let's see here. If you're collecting the Disney Villains Gaston, number 3 is out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 variant covers. Disney Villains Ursula, number 4. 1 variant cover. Space Ghost, number 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 variant covers. Thunder the Barbarian, number 4. Oh, skip that. That's just the Thunder the Barbarian is just a release of a special cover. But if you're interested in getting what type of special cover was it again? A metal premium cover. Apparently they're releasing this after the number 4 has been released. So that basically if you love the comic and you just want an extra special cover, you know, they're releasing an extra special cover after the fact. Thundercats Silverhawks crossover number 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 variant covers. And with that, Thunder the Barbarian, basically, if you see it and you wanted it, buy it immediately, because they're not limited production, but not that many comic stores will be carrying them, because they're like extra special, you know, side cover type of thing. You know, they're probably only printing as much as you know, the orders are, you know, the orders they're getting for them. Let's see here. Any other exciting? Witchblade number 21. 1, 2, 3. It has 3 variant covers. Okay, and that looks like it. So let's get into the game. Oh. Azor Thickical? Thanks for loving my stream. You know, lately I've been getting nobody viewing. My viewership, for whatever reason, has dropped into the basement. And I don't know why. It just is happening. So it's good to know that at least somebody out there appreciates my stream. Unfortunately, I don't have a Discord to get people into right now. I'm still working out. I was working out things before, and then they changed the whole way they did Discord. And then all my changes got reorganized. So I wasn't happy with my first group of changes, and I had to put work into it. And then they changed everything. So I got to go back in and I got to change everything again. So basically, you know, it is what it is. Not only that, but I, in general, currently don't have much time to spend on Discord. One day, uh, when I get things together, um, you know, and I'm able to actually spend time on Discord, it'll be no problem. Also, for anybody else who's watching, there's a new Axe cosmetic that is a Twitch drop. Um, you watch for 2 hours the Diablo stream, and it should be yours for free. If there's any pausing or seems to be any strange delays in the download of your or credit of your drop, refresh your Twitch browser, and it should continue from where yeah, it should continue from where it left off. So yeah, the Twitch sometimes it gets how do you call it? That's a new one. Horizons chains. The one that I found yesterday, where was it? This one. This one only requires two yeah, this one only requires two of these things to get the full set. And this one is, like I said, is also a new one. So some of these are actually pretty cool. But I'm just wondering, how hard is it for me to get the the center seal, one that'll unlock all six slots. That is something I'm more curious about. Okay, I gotta go to Tesseract, and that is. Last time I remembered, it's pretty much she just gives a speech that, oh, there's now lords in layers and blah blah blah, and that was it. So we'll just have to wait and see. Yeah, I could only imagine if I was still playing Fortnite. I mean, the words, I probably have like nobody watching, you know.
You seem a hearty warrior, Wanderer. You'll need to be. Hell's most powerful demons lurk throughout Sanctuary and must be dealt with. Even Belial himself lies in wait, biding his time and plotting sweet lies to whisper in your ear.
Yep. Okay, so yesterday we achieved our goal. We finished up this, although I want to get this skill point. And I want to start knocking out some of these these other sections. There are some that are going to take a while. That's obvious. Because like I don't know how well I'll do against Uluvar. To fight 10 butchers, that's going to take time, etc., etc. They want me to step on the gas and get myself up to torment 2 in power already, and I'm sorry, I'm not. As of yesterday, when we went into the pit and checked out to see where I was power wise in the pit, I'm not nearly powerful enough to survive comfortably in Torment 2. I could I could barely survive in Torment 1, the higher areas of Torment 1. So with that, basically, let's go check out the mouse and make sure everything is running correctly, and let's level up our glyphs. Okay, let's tune this down. We could do Torment 10, but not very easily. We'll do Torment 12. And then also yesterday we found out that it's harder to upgrade your items. Now it's no longer just the usage of your smithing stones. Now they want you to use baleful fragments, I think. And baleful fragments are hard to come by. Okay, so that fucking works. Yeah, if you're a comic store owner, these last couple years have been probably pretty tough and chaotic, since the comic industry has undergone a major trend change with the loss of Diamond Distributing. Now all the stuff that comic stores used to carry, everybody had to find new sources of how to get the stuff that they used to provide. Comics, luckily, for the big companies, it was not as much of an issue, but for the smaller companies, it was a lot of running around. And then not only that, but the toys and action figures and memorabilia stuff that Diamond used to provide to comic store owners. Now comic store owners have to get separate distributorships who will provide such things. So, you know, comic stores have to find new sources for statues and other memorabilia. Because comics providers now just provide comics. They don't provide all that. I gotta get used to the new pit, because the new pit, you gotta actually go through doorways. They don't have a teleportation gate. Yeah, I was, like I said yesterday, for a while there, I didn't know who the hell Charlie Kirk was. But I've been seeing some more of his stuff being posted today on X, and I'm sitting here like, this guy was killed literally because he loved America. I mean, basically that means that what? I might be killed because I love America too. You know, because he was saying in one of his things that, you know, he just wanted you know, people to understand what's going on, and you know, everybody you know should be you know, happy and you know, be proud of the fact that they're American. And the words, what? Because I want people to be proud that, to, you know, to be American, to not you know, not be you know, conned into thinking that LGBTQ is more acceptable than being heterosexual. That basically somebody out there, you know, will take up arms against me and kill me for that. I mean, literally. I mean, his whole thing was to show people what, you know, what is Islam? What are they going to bring to America? And he showed. He had the people come on his thing, and they said exactly what they wanted to do. And it's like people hated him and killed him because he showed them the truth, basically. And the truth was just like I said. It was not what they wanted to hear. You know, because in the end, he was anti-globalist, which I at the moment hate globalists because they are doing so much harm to so many countries around the world. They seem to be backing strange regimes that basically will take away the freedoms and happiness of a lot of people. And I don't understand what their motivation is. And because even they will not in the end, they will not profit from it. So I don't understand what. I mean, do they think that they're going to profit from this, and how do they think they're going to profit in the long run? You know, maybe during their lifetime they might profit for a short time, but in the end they're going to end up, you know, suffering because, like I said before, you're giving the world over to a group that doesn't even understand toilet paper, that doesn't understand you know, cars, that doesn't understand even how to make you know, advanced clothing. You know, basically their version of clothing is that you got to go and sew it yourself. You know, that basically all the handouts that the European governments have been giving these people have been giving them clothes that these people have never experienced before, that have been more quality than anything that they've ever had, because their own countries don't make clothes. You know, they take it from other people. Because Muhammad does not know, do not have factories during his lifetime. And Islam is a very highly, if Muhammad had access to it, then it's okay. If Muhammad didn't have access to it, then no, it's haram. So I don't understand how these. I don't understand how these people think that they're gonna benefit from having Muslims or Islamics actually take over the world when their what do you call it? Their comfort, their whole living, etc., is going to actually be downgraded for it. It won't be improved for it. What the hell? At 70%, it didn't. Whatever. The random is not random. Oh, I can't summon it here? Okay. Let me see what my axe is like. The Dirge of Odin. Weapon damage improvement. Maximum life. Damage multiplier. Damage over time multiplier. Your basic skills deal increased damage per wraith point you have, but you lose 10 wraith points per second. Every 50 wraith points gained beyond your maximum generates 1. But you lose 10% of every. What the hell? Why? Why would I want something like that? It's constantly draining my wraith, my resource. Why would I want something like that? That makes no sense whatsoever. So the good news is that I got my survivability because the words I didn't die during this thing. And I'm still not current artificer favor. How do I get access to this? How do I gain points in this? I don't understand. There's a lot of new mechanics in this new expansion, And
Much
it's,
thanks, friend.
and even though I probably can go look up the notes
the
and stuff like
stars,
that. It's just there's just so much stuff that it's kind of I don't want to constantly be looking up. Actually, that should go there. You know, constantly looking up stuff.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Okay, so like I said for masterworking. Okay, I would like to masterwork this, the sliver of hate. See, now it's not only the smithing stones. You need these baleful fragments too now, which you run out so quickly. Yeah, I'm gonna max out until we get the next sliver of hate. Cause like what's the
Fine indeed. Return soon.
Finest jewels in Sanctuary. Fashion this into something exquisite.
let's see what. Okay, so I have rank 5 now. So once I get to 6, I'm gonna start dropping gems into these things. Actually, not that. I should do this because it's a unique. Oh, I can't because I need these baleful fragments. Yeah, baleful fragments apparently are the thing. You need the baleful fragments. Okay, get glyphs to 10. I just did. I got to get to complete, but I got tier 15. I just did 12. I'm gonna go 12 again. Let's see if we can upgrade our glyphs some more. That was close. He packed a lot of damage.
I'm being followed.
too. Yeah, something is. I hope that the next time I encounter the butcher, I defeat him. Now it's close. Yeah, yesterday I was happy because I finished the first 10 levels of the battle pass. So I, in Apex Legends, and I was just so tired that I didn't even finish up the daily challenge. I only got like one session in with Walter for the daily challenges, and then I called it a night. And I went to sleep early. I've been I don't know. It's just my whole. I've just been a little off lately. It might be because the fact that summer might be finally here, and that the weather is warming. I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. I don't know if it's for everybody, but if you watch a lot of Twitch, they're giving out a badge now because of summer, and it's basically I'm IRL badge saying basically that I went out and I actually touched grass a moment ago type of thing. It's kind of funny. And for those people whose jobs slow down over the summer, hang in there. It happens every year. Some people panic. Some people, I got used to it, but the people around me always, oh, I can't live without the overtime, and what do we do, and this and that. I mean, some of them I could understand. Some of them is kind of like you complain every you say the same stuff every summer. You know what I mean? It's like a broken record. It's kind of like, when summer finally hits, you expect it, type of thing. But just remember this: like I said, it happens every year, and just be prepared for it. I mean, yeah, I know if you have a family, if you have kids and stuff, that it's kind of hard to put away the money to prepare for it. You got to make your plan, your vacation plans ahead of time and all that stuff. But just do your best. And like I said, don't panic. Like when the companies that I used to work for used to do inventory every year at the same time. People used to panic all the time, And my thing is that I always like to be on top of it. I always like to remember, oh, how did we do it last time? How do we make it easier to do this time? Et cetera, et cetera. I never had a problem with it. But there are people that literally like, oh my God, we gotta do everything. We gotta do this. We gotta do that. We got, it's always a drama. And my thing is that work smart. Don't work panicky. Don't work with all the drama, because it'll just tire you out. It'll just and like I was saying, is that as you get older, you got to realize that, oh shit, area effect explosion, couldn't get out of the range because the guys were in front of me. I couldn't get past them. But the point being is that the only person who could really guarantee your success in life is you. And so, when it comes to preparing for summer, when it comes to preparing for slowdowns and stuff, that's all on you. I mean, sorry to make it sound like it's, something to be, it's not a bad thing to have it all be on you. It's just, you just got to be the one who will make you keep yourself happy. See, these guys have the area effect explosion that are messing me up. And it's not little explosions, apparently it's big explosions. I gotta kill this guy in fast. Luckily I've killed all his friends. Also, I don't want to be a I told you so person, but some people are starting to post the truth about Palestine. About how Israel is not the genocidal blah blah blah. That's all Palestinian PR crap. It's like I said, the reason why Palestine people are crying so much about Palestine is that they're losing. If it wasn't for the fact that Israel was winning, or doing the most damage, people wouldn't have as much sympathy for Palestine as they do now. And then not only that, but the thing is that if you knew what type of people the Palestinians were, you would realize that basically the people who are saying pro-Palestine and all that stuff, they're basically saying that they're pro-pedophilia, they're pro women being enslaved and beaten and starved and all that stuff. Why? And you're saying that you're anti-gay too, because these people kill gay people. And I mean, that's the part that I don't understand. People are saying pro-Palestine this and that, but they're Islamic. Islamic people don't. There is no such thing as a good Islamic. I mean, like I said, this is a truth that Kurt, brought up in this thing. That basically, in the end, if you're not a Islamic, if not a Muslim, they kill you. And if you convert and they don't like you, the words you gotta pay protection money. so that they don't so that they don't so that they don't harm you. So I mean, and if you're a woman, I mean, this is the insane part. Most of these people who support Palestine are women, and yet Palestine is like the biggest group of we give no rights to women. They're just baby makers, etc. So why the hell are so many women, backing Palestinians, backing the Islamic Iranians? Why are so many people backing Islam in New York? Why, it makes no sense when women are going to become marginalized and they're going to become literally the slaves and baby making machines of Islamics. I don't get that. It makes no sense to me. But yet, if you talk to the left, if you talk to the female Democrats, oh no, they're perfectly gentlemen and blah blah blah. No, they're not. These people obviously do not look at history. They do not look at they do not check in and read up of what type of people these people are. Because I mean, their ignorance is astounding. And like I said, it wasn't just Kirk who was saying stuff like that. It wasn't. There's a lot of people on the internet who were interviewing Muslims, and the same stuff was coming out, that hey, these people, the people of Lebanon are if they're not slaves to the Islamists in Lebanon, they were killed. The people of Iran, same thing. If they're not enslaved and
Greetings. How shall I take my hand?
persecuted and whatnot, etc. They're killed.
Solid bits,
And the left and the Democrats, they plug their ears whenever they hear that. The globalists plug their ears whenever somebody tells the truth. Actual Iranians who are real Iranians, they're actual real Persians from Iran. Every time they try to tell people about what happened to them, why they had to flee their country, the left ignores them. They silence them because they don't want it to get out about what happened to them. So figure that one out. That's why is it that the left care about quote women's suffrage when they're just going to take it away from them by having them become slaves of Islam? And it's going to happen. You're going to see it in New York once they get Sharia law and the Muslims there, Islamists, whatever you want to call them. I don't. Both terms are used to describe them, and I guess Islam is the faction. Muslim is the general religion, I guess. I don't know. But the point being is that when their laws become the de facto laws of New York, you're going to see it happening. And I don't know if there's going to be how many stupid people are going to stay, but the smart people are going to run. And I don't know about the Jews, how smart they are in New York, but the thing is that they should have saw it coming. And I don't understand how they could sit there and sell out their own people in New York by supporting Maldani when they knew who he backs. They knew exactly what type of person he was, and they still voted for him. And that is exactly why I think that there are other faction of Jews who are like, you guys are morons. You know, you guys brought this upon yourselves. You know, and they're very unhappy with the Jews that basically sold out in New York. Because Jews don't have just one. They're real living people. You know, there's each have their own, you know, beliefs. They each have their own goals and desires, and you know, they might do it more as a group than as a single person. But the thing is that you know, obviously there was one set of corrupt Jews in New York that all they heard was, oh, you're going to give something to us for free, and that's all it took. So basically there was some greedy, selfish Jews there, and they basically were very willing to sell out, you know, their fellow Jews for a penny. You know, for false promises. And I remember one of the Jews mentioning, are you going to keep us safe? Are you going to protect us? And Maldani never answered that. And basically the Jews in New York should have got the message. I don't understand how they could have missed it. I mean, the message was very clear. And not only that, but once he started favoring the Islamists, you know, that they should have realized, you know. So I don't know what all I know is that until something happens, you know, because eventually something is. Basically, things won't change. New York is still going to become a potential. Is going to stay a potential war zone for a while. I mean, he's already causing a lot of corporations and companies to leave, and threatening that if they do try to leave, that he's gonna still tax them for at least a year after. So the words, we'll just see how long that lasts, because I'm pretty sure that that type of taxation is illegal. But you know, the words, we'll just have to see. That's a court's gonna end up having to decide that. And it's amazing that, you know, like I said, so many people, you know, betrayed America just in the hope that they'll get some free stuff. too many people dying with violent explosions and that. It's like I said, I'm not invulnerable, so. But the good news is that I wiped out quite a few of them, so. I gotta take it plus. Now the question is that with Lilith gone, how is our character able to come back from the dead? Is that a Nephilim ability? Does he still have that ability? You know, is that special to him? Is that a parting gift from Lilith? Because obviously he's not immortal. He will age eventually. Because they did not say at the end of the campaign that he was going to live forever. They just said for many centuries or whatever there was peace. So that means that eventually the hero either died or he got old and passed away, etc. So the words, you know. But the point being is that does he retain any of the advantages of having Lilith as part of it? And there's basically a lot of, because that Chinese spy was caught, who also just happens to be a mayor of some place. There's a lot of Chinese propaganda being posted right now about, oh, how is China, you know, the bad person here, and, you know, when America's the one with all the wars and this and that and the other. You know, it's actually fairly sickening. But it's one of those things. If you give free speech, you know, there's the good and there's the bad. Like there were people who literally were trying to switch the narrative on the Islamic attack against the Jews in New York, saying that basically it was the Jews against Jews in New York, that it wasn't Islamics at all, and you know, they're trying their best to elude this truth. You know, with lies, basically. And I'm sitting here like, I thought that, you know, they were not supposed to, you know, they were not supposed to lie, but, you know, I sometimes forget that, Muslims, are allowed to lie, to non-Muslims. Because all non-Muslims are considered inferior. So therefore, you know, in their belief, we are very lied to. And that's kind of why we don't have a good relationship with Iran right now, and that's why we have to. That's one of the reasons what led to our being at war with Iran right now. Because nothing, even though they will follow the tenant of the agreements they have with us, but they will not. They will find loopholes in which to exploit. So it'll always be like, oh no, we are the victims. You guys are the ones who broke the agreement, but it's not true. In technicality, they're the ones who broke the problem. And then they'll lie about, well, we kept to our agreement, you know. But it won't, like I said, it won't be true. They'll just find a loophole. Too many of them rushing through. Couldn't get away fast enough. It happens. It's one of those things. Like I said, if they get truly an AI that learns how to kill you, you think that stuff like this is bad? Wait until an AI, they were threatening to get a real AI in here, that they were going to have the AI become a very powerful, what do you call it, you know, so that the monsters learn, they actually have fighting, intelligent fighting responses and stuff like that. My thing is that if they get something like that going, they better balance it, because the words, like I said, AI being as smart as it is will realize it. Why don't I just do a bunch of highly damaging area effect stuff, which they can't counter, just like they're doing to me right now. See, like that. Why don't I just get almost every other monster with a lot of area effect stuff that they can't fight against, and then the AI will just kill you over and over and over again. And then, like I said, after a while, everybody who plays the game will just not have fun playing the game anymore, because the AI would just systematically just kill you over and over again. And it will not be see? Area effect. The AI has learned that basically I can't get out of an area effect fast enough to save my life. So therefore, it's every monster right now has an area effect. If it's not freezing, it's area effect explosion. If it's not area effect explosion, it's some sort of other thing. And like I said, eventually you'll get to the point where the AI will kill you so easily after a while that you just won't have fun in the game anymore. You just won't want to play it. And that, if Blizzard doesn't see, like right there, they had a special ability that stuck me in place. I couldn't move. I was literally stuck. So the words, and then they had an AI, another monster with an area effective attack, just come by and kill me, because while I was stuck, what could I do? I mean, it's nice to want to create an environment where you have, challenging fights and this and that, but you got to be careful what you wish for. Because like I said, one, AIs are not that smart right now. And then two, even if they are smart, they might be too smart. And having an AI that's too smart is almost as bad as having one that I'm happy in Fortnite I actually got the Bugs Bunny skin. I'm working on the second half of the Bugs Bunny stuff, the Space Jam stuff. So I'm hoping to complete that because I want that skin, and then I hope that one day, hopefully soon, I'll get the, you know, I'll have actual money, and be able to get the Daffy Duck also, as well as Lola Bunny. Lola Bunny's not as important, but you know, the Daffy Duck would be kind of cool. What's this boss trophy? Weird. So I'm at the maximum of my ovules. Okay, get rid of this. Okay, so starting to get mats. These you need for the Heraldric Cube, so that is this one I gotta go to, but I don't want to. Well, I'll worry about that later. Okay, so I got all the rare stuff. I'm maxed out on ovules, so let's go back to town. Okay, so we got our whispers
It is done.
of leg guards, of gem fragments, of chest plates. I'll do chest plates. Let's see what we get. Well, we gotta level up. That's not bad. Don't need that. Okay, life on a kill, regeneration, no. Okay, the chest plates are not that great. At least I don't see anything. Life on a kill, wrath regeneration. Life on a kill. There's no life on a hit stuff for the chest plates. Life on a kill.
There's power in the stones. Come have a look.
I don't know. They had some dumb lady saying that,
Fine
you know,
indeed.
she's happy that she joined Islam because you know, she was saying that just
Equitable
because she was wearing the
transaction.
hijab that she was going to get all this pleasurable benefit in heaven. And I'm sitting here like, she obviously doesn't know what she signed up for. You know, because she's a woman, and women
forge
in
more than
Islam
horseshoes and
are, like I
nails.
said,
What
they're
you
baby
need.
makers. They're not. They're property. So I don't see where she was. I don't understand where
Better
how
than
she was
starting from
praising
nothing.
something that basically was going to enslave her. That didn't make sense to me.
There's a good one.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not close to anything in here. So I'm not gonna. There's I don't think there's anything to worry about. It's gonna take me a while to get through this level because it's. Okay, so I could do this one. Nightmare Dungeons and Scovos. Okay, so how do I do Nightmare Dungeons and Scovos? Do I trigger a Nightmare Dungeon while in Scovos, or is there specific dungeons that are Scovosian? It's hard to say. Alls I know is that maybe go through the pit a couple times, see if I could hit 15. See if I could survive tier 15. I don't know how I get points for this. Well, I got some sort of points. Artificer favor. I'm rank 0, so I gotta get at least rank 1. Gain favor by climbing the tower. Every tier successful clear grants 1 point of favor. So because I'm only there, I don't even register. Okay. Oh, let's see how I do on 13. Oh, I don't know how many people are interested in it, but if you're planning to see He-Man, the advanced ticket sales are out. You know, so if you want to see He-Man, you could buy your tickets. also, for those people who don't understand it, see, this is the problem. A lot of these people out there don't understand what's going on. They never research what these people are like. They're only looking at the situation, you know, from the outside, thinking that they know what's going on or what the people are like and this and that. And some of them put a lot of false assumptions, you know, and I don't know where these false assumptions come from, but the words, you know, there are a lot of false assumptions involved. Like, oh, these people are just like any other people. And no, they're not. That the whole point of there being other cultures on the planet is that, you know, there are cultures out there that believe their own stuff. And, you know, the more isolated the group is, the more of their own culture they would possess. You know, some cultures just happen to be parallel, in which basically a lot of the beliefs of the kind of cultures around them just happen to be similar. You know, because they took a similar path. They had a similar way of thinking. But there are some cultures which have totally different, you know, paths of thought. You know, and that's what makes this whole situation very dangerous, because there are people literally who are saying, who are lying to themselves, saying, oh, Islamics, Muslims, they're just like us. They believe just like us, and that's not true. Nobody's ever bothered to do research on what they actually believe and how they interact with other groups and stuff like that. The people in the government, they know how they act. They know how they you know what's going on, because they have to do the research. But regular people, obviously, a lot of them are just, you know, they're lemmings. Somebody tells them, oh, this is the way they are, you know, or makes themselves believe this is something, and then they believe it, whether it's true or not. And you know, and literally, you know, I mean, it gets to the point where some people are so stupid that they'll believe a lie to the point where they'll literally try to ambush, or they'll literally talk shit at a concert about Israelis, you know, but they won't know what really is going on in Gaza. They won't really know what's really going on in Lebanon. They don't really know what's going on, you know, at all. They only look at, oh, people are suffering, so these people must be the bad guys. No, that's not how it works. How it works is that you gotta actually find out what actually is going on, what type of people are these people, etc. And, you know, go from there, and then find out who really is the bad guy. And apparently these people are not doing that. They're skipping the actual knowing, you know, knowing the truth, and they're going straight to whatever somebody else is feeding them. And that's the part that scares me. People are just, like I said, they're acting like lemmings. People are just showing them the sad pictures. Oh, but Israelis are killing innocent children. But that's not true. You're just believing it because that's what somebody's telling you. That's not what's actually going on. Because I mean, look at what happened in Gaza just the other day. You know, Gaza, there's supposed to be some great genocide going on. People, you know, oh, the Israelis were cruel and they're heartless. They're starving the the Gaussians, and then they had a big marathon, and thousands of male Gaussians came out of nowhere, and they ran the marathon to show their solidarity for Gaza, which they didn't even care about Gaza, but to show that they were still around, and because of their own pride, I guess, they decided, well, we're going to run a marathon and show everybody that basically how stupid we are, because they just showed that there's hella men around unharmed. Some of them are even fat, and they're letting basically, it's like I was saying, they're letting their children and their wives starve because they're the tool. In their religion, the men are the center of their existence. The men they want to survive. The men that is what they care about. The families and the children, not so much. So I mean, and you get stupid people like Dua Lipa. Oh yeah, they're killing children and this and that. No, they're not. The actual people who started the war, they're out hiding in tunnels, and they're stealing all the food so that the wives and the children starve. But people like Dua Lipa, they get so many other people from outside telling them, oh, what's going on? They don't know the truth. Or just like what's his name, who plays the Hulk. He's an idiot too. He doesn't know what's going on there. He's just going, oh, because I care so much about people and I'm a big socialist. It's wrong for this, and people should put down their weapons and blah blah blah. But he doesn't know what's going on in Gaza either. He's saying that the Israelis are all monsters and this and that, when that's not true. And this is why you don't listen to other people. You do your homework. Find out what's really going on. Find your truthful sources, because a lot of this Palestine shit is all bullshit. It's all propaganda, either by the Palestinians or by the shit. But I'm dead. Oh, I need my baleful fragments. So basically it was a trade-off. I kill you, you kill me. There's still apparently some monsters alive. For a second there, I thought I was... Yeah, don't accept other people's... And there are a lot of people, like I said, they're trying to just tear America down. And... don't listen to them. Research the truth and understand the truth, because some people just don't even understand the truth. And like I said, America is not perfect. But America is not the evil empire that people claim them to be. The reason why a lot of people claim that America's the evil
Much
empire
thanks, friend.
is literally America's successful, and why would a communist country on the losing end of the war between communism and capitalism admit that America is better, that capitalism is better? Why wouldn't they lie through their teeth, spend money, huge amounts of money on PR to undermine America, to make them look bad, and that's exactly what's happening nowadays.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Let's put it this way: if Islam was so great, why is it that all those people had to run away from Afghanistan at the end of the war? Why can't they see their families again? One more. I need 25. Of Horizon's chains. Oh, it goes with that one. These two go together. Yeah, I have to keep these two because they give me plus 1000 armor and they give me plus 100 resistance to everything. Well, actually, maybe I'll take these and see if I can combine them to get a better one. These ones can go, though. I don't have need for them. Don't have need for that one either. Okay. So, let's go here.
Equitable transaction.
Well, let's grab some whispers.
This place is unsettling.
Hey, no nodding off.
And also, while we're here, we'll hopefully find some items that we can get some of the fragments from. Missed a prisoners, actually 2 prisoners. So, let's see. There's one. So the only thing I could think of is that basically the people who celebrated the death of Charlie Kirk is those people who basically were afraid that Charlie Kirk was going to realize how stupid they were. And with his death, they felt relieved. That they did not reveal the truth about them.
So then, I stopped.
Yeah, like I was gonna, I don't know. I think I did bring it up. I just not sure if I completed my thought on it. But the people of Israel are not Jews. They are how do you call it? They're like born agains, but they're people of other races who have been born again and with the Jewish belief faith. And right now they act kind of like, what do you call it? They're like cousins. Because Jews are biologically Jews. They are. It's kind of like Muslims. There is a group which started off as the original Islamics, and then it branched off to include other people. And like I said, the Islamics might not hate you as much if you believe in the Quran, but the thing is that they still will not they will still not be happy with you. You don't worship Muhammad like they believe. Unless you worship like them, they will not 100% like you. And that's why I find it's kind of weird that, like I said, women and stuff like that. Because like I said, look at what they believe in. I mean, literally, it doesn't take much to it doesn't take much research, to figure out what's going on. What the hell? This is weird. I was in a dungeon and it led to here. How does that make sense? So did I go out the wrong door, or how did I? What happened? So now I gotta go do this again. But from a different direction. Posts from gay people and you know, trans people and stuff saying that they want to convert to Islam, and you know, because it's they believe that it's the religion of peace and all that stuff, and then you know, after they leave America to abandon America because of because their supposed persecution here, you know, then they find out that Islamists, you know, are not as loving and peaceful as they thought. That basically they didn't like you know, gay people. And you know, the rules that they had for women were kind of you know, dark. And there's the biggest problem is that I don't know who convinced them of this, you know, to think these things. But you know, if these people would have actually done their research, would have actually, check the history books and, you know, check the local news, you know, some real you know, sources, you know, they would have realized, you know, what they were doing was incredibly stupid. And dangerous, because for gay people, they just straight up kill gay people. And trans. I don't know if trans people consider themselves gay or what, but you know, it you know, there was an article about somebody who was, quote, a person helping in Palestine. The person is gay, and they were saying, "Oh no, you can't convince me that these people are anything but nice and all this stuff." And I'm sitting here like, just the article from the day before was how they literally threw a gay person off of a rooftop because they found out that the person was gay, you know, and you know, he fell to his death. And it's like, and you're saying that just because you managed to squeak by somehow and they just not realize that you're gay, or it's because they were taking advantage of the fact that he was helping them medically, that you know, you just managed to survive it. You think that these people are gay friendly? I mean, some people are just straight up delusional. They just want to believe what they want to believe, and you know, it's sad, you know. And I don't want to know how many New York people are going to get hurt by the time the Madani thing. Because you know Madani, as soon as he finishes with New York, he's going to probably want to move to be a senator, or he's going to want to move to be president. And because he has a bunch of Islamic idiots who will vote him in, he might get it. And then once he becomes president of the United States, and because he'll get 100% backing from the Democrats, because he'll be a Democrat, how much damage will he do to America? How many more Islamics will be brought here to literally destroy their lives? How vulnerable is he going to make America to America's enemies, etc. If you're talking about wanting, if you hate America, Madani is the way. If you wanna destroy America, yeah, go ahead, vote Madani to be president. Go ahead, vote him. If you wanna see America end, if you wanna see the end of Hollywood, if you're sick of America as a whole for whatever reason, and you wanna live in misery in a black and white world, go ahead. People don't. I don't understand people's love and fascination for communism and socialism and stuff like that. There are so many examples of countries that have tried socialism, tried communism, and how horrible the life of these people were. To the point where a lot of these people, they tried to escape, but they couldn't, because anybody who tries to escape socialism or communism, they get killed. Literally, you think that the people of Venezuela wanted to stay there while they were suffering under the Venezuelan government? No, they wanted to leave. But if you told that to the government, oh yeah, I want to leave, I want to go someplace better, do you think that they would? Do you think that they would have just said, oh, okay, you can leave anytime you want? No. They imprisoned them. They if they didn't shoot them. It's literally like I said, communism, socialism, the worst part about them is the fact that they kill so many people. So many people die under their rule that it's not funny. And yet people still look at all the people protesting in different parts of America. Oh, we want communism, we want this socialism, and this and that. I mean, I could understand you want certain things to make your life better, etc. I mean, I could understand that you want jobs so you could have families and this and that. Make the situation better. In America. But the thing is that don't pursue communism. It's already established that communism is not sustainable. And it does not help people. Even China, the last major communistic country, because China was more communistic than Russia, they had to give up being communist to become hybrid capitalists in order to cause the misery that they're causing now. Right now, they're not communist anymore. They're hybrid capitalists. That's how bad communism is. And even with this hybrid capitalist system that they have now, they're still killing people in China who speak out, who disagree with the government and their policies. And so I don't understand why there's so many retarded people in America that still believe in communism, that still believe in socialism. It makes no sense. I mean, I guess there's a large amount of people in America that don't get out much. There's not that many foreign people that live in your state or in your area or something, because I've talked to a lot of people, you know, from Vietnam, from Korea, from this place, that place, the other. And, you know, they all say pretty much the same thing. You know, I'm happy I managed to get to America because of what? Because while under communism, I had to eat my own shoe, the soles of my shoe, because we had no food. And if I complained, I'd be punished. You know, they would, you know, if not him, his family would be punished, etc. And basically they pretty much said all the same stuff, is that basically, you know, at least in America, you know, when we go to sleep at night, we don't have to sleep with one eye open. We can, you know, we could actually sleep. That's interesting. So I gain more damage for 10 seconds. Depending on how much damage my demons take. Then here's that shadow form thing again. Enemies within shadow form areas are dominated for 7 seconds, preventing them from acting and causing them to move where you target with recast skills. Yeah, because I had a lot of friends from different parts of the world, or at least, if they weren't friends, I've known a lot of people that were from different parts of the world in general.
Anything else?
And we were on, you know, good terms. And you know, they told me a little bit about their life in their country, etc. And you know,
Well struck.
unlike a lot of the people that you see on the news and social posts, you know, a lot of people
Great.
were saying that basically, you know, they're happy to be in
Well
America.
struck.
You know, they you know,
What will it be?
they told me about some of the hardships that they had in their own country, and you know, they're basically saying that compared to what I left behind, basically, you know, living in America, it might be expensive and everything, but they wouldn't trade it, you know. And in some cases, they even said that even with the expense, you know, it's still worth it, you know, because America has so much other stuff, you know, that it offers, even though, you know, like I said, even though America has become expensive to the point where it, you know, you can't really have families as much as you would have before. I don't have I need the oh, I could salvage charms? Salvage seals? I didn't know that.
Fairly well.
Maybe I'll start doing that. Because even though I can't craft the things, but maybe I'll get a powder or something that I could use to do other things with it. And let me put it this way. If there are people in communist countries that still have to literally eat the shoe leather, you know, type of thing, that's pretty bad. And like I said, that's your communist regime. That's not a capitalist one.
Perhaps a prize inside.
The only problem that I have with Kirk is the fact that he didn't define the oligarchs. He's kind of like Bernie Sanders. He says oligarchs, but he doesn't give the actual names or give the actual. He doesn't actually point them out because the oligarchs are not. They're not Elon Musk. They're not. Zuckerberg and I mean they might live extravagant lives, they might have a lot of money, but they don't have they don't want to control, a lot of them don't have any interest in controlling America. They don't have any interest in in government, etc. They just want to do what they do. They want to make the money, be prosperous, enjoy their spoils, etc., etc., etc. The oligarchs, on the other hand, they don't just want to be rich, and they don't want to just enjoy them, their spoils, etc. They actually want to control you. They actually want to. They consider themselves the intelligent group that should be in charge of the world. And not only that, but they tend to make a lot of bad decisions. So I don't know how they can justify themselves being, considering themselves the ruling class when they actually are. When they actually, when they make a decision, it obviously is a decision based on somebody who, from somebody who doesn't give a shit about people. Like I said, the World Economic Forum has a bunch of them. They're the people who literally will say water and air should not be free. It should be a commodity which we basically control and sell to people. I mean, I don't understand how they would regulate air consumption. Water consumption is kind of easy. They have meters for water consumption now. So it wouldn't be hard to regulate water on people. It would just be expanded from what we already have. But the thing is that just to have somebody, put out the proposal that air, you're going to attach everybody to an air mask and you're going to monitor how much air intakes they have. You're going to sell filters so that basically the filters will basically be like you renting clean air, So I don't know how they would justify that. When it's especially since a lot of their dumbass, if their ancestors created factories and this and that, it's their dumbass ancestors who polluted a lot of the air to begin with, the water, etc., through their factories, and how would they justify controlling air for the masses but not themselves? Because of course they won't they won't be charged for air. They won't be charged for water. It's only me and you. You know, that's the type of people who are the real oligarchs. Those are the type of people that Bernie Sanders never mentions, which is funny, considering the fact that he preaches how to live, you know, that everybody should live within their own means. They should not be, you know, that rich people should help other people, etc. But he doesn't help anybody. But he obviously helps himself because he has 3 mansions. So, you know, he's a person who's, you know, I think kind of conflicted. He keeps claiming that he wants to benefit everybody, but he, you know, is actually benefiting only himself. You know, he's making it obvious he only really cares about himself. I mean, it's like Moldani. He's persecuting all these millionaires, billionaires in New York, but the thing is, he himself owns 3 mansions, also a couple overseas and one in you know, in America. So I mean, he's shouldn't he be distributing the wealth? You know, his wealth too. I mean, he's distributing New York's wealth, but what about himself? He does he practice what he preaches? You know, so the words, it's all bullshit. I was hoping for another sword. Okay, we gotta wait again. But yeah, they don't practice what they preach. You know, it's like you, the regular person, you gotta distribute your money. We don't. You do. And that's the problem with communism and socialism. They want to redistribute your money and put limits on how much money you can make, and you know, this and that. But for the people at the top, for the people who run everything, they have no limits and they have no rules. And that's why communism fails, because basically in the end, you know, they grind down their societies. They don't create that equality, because it's always they are the top, extreme top, rich and getting richer, while the poor always stay at the same level. You know, their level of poorness might change a little bit, depending on how generous their masters are. But in general, like I said, the problem is that you'll still always have one type of toilet paper. If they're really nice, you might have 2 types of toilet paper. One that's ultra coarse and one that's coarse sandpaper style, you know, for wiping your ass, you know. And that's the problem with communism. They decide, you know. And a lot of people obviously are being conned. You know, they're buying into that shit, and they're not looking at the. They're obviously living in their parents' basement or something, because they're not encountering people who actually escaped from communism. I've known a number of people who escaped from communism that literally they'll say the same shit. You don't want communism here. You don't want to live under that type of government. You know, because you won't be able to, once you're there, you'll never be able to get away from it. You want to leave to go to Europe on your vacation? You're kidding yourself. You have all these freedoms now that you could go to Europe on vacation, you could go here and there. That's not going to happen anymore. Communism doesn't let you roam around the country free. You know, And do you think you could take a month off under communism on vacation? Hell no. For a country that's based on on the workers and the benefit for the workers and redistributing the wealth for everybody to be equal, they sure as hell don't care about worker safety and this and that. They're more or less like, no, you work the overtime, you're not going to get paid for it. You're going to finish up the job we want you to finish, and that's it. And if you have questions, you'll be punished. If you're extremely loud, we will kill you. And like I said, and then you get these idiots who are like, oh, pro-communism, we want to bring communism here. Even, like I said, even China escaped communism. A lot of the shit that's in China that you see in the pictures isn't even real. They're fancy neon cities. That was all built as a backdrop. A lot of people don't even live in those buildings. And it's like I said, if you watch the videos of the street around these cities, look at how many people are in the streets. You'll instantly know China, a country with they're not a billion anymore. They're supposed to be a lot less. But the point being is that for a city as nice, and everybody owns a house in China. For their living, for everybody having a house and all this stuff, you'll never see windows open. You'll never see people on balconies. The amount of crowds in the street do not match the success and hustle and bustle of people who are, quote, doing well. And it's like I said, it's fake. It's smoke and mirrors. It's them deceiving you. They're creating a nice backdrop so that you'll go, oh, China is so successful. But are they? Are they really? No, they're not. It's a lie. And they've already had news broadcasts that basically a lot of people are on the street because anybody who fails in their social under their digital social monitoring system, they lose everything. And the funny thing is that they tell you how it works. They tell you how you get punished if you mess up, but they don't tell you how you fix it, because once you're off the system, how do you get back on it? They don't say, because you're left with nothing. They lock you out of your own house. Yeah, I own my own house. Really? But if your social system says that you failed somewhere, that house is not yours anymore. So whose house is it really? So that whole thing about Chinese people owning their own house is a lie. Might be loaned to them for a certain amount of money, but it's not purchased. It's not owned by. It's not owned by the Chinese people. That's the problem. It's not real ownership. The government still owns it all. The government still controls it all. And then there are people who think that, oh no, China is so successful and this and that. No, they're not. That's the thing. They just don't know what a lie is. They don't know how to look for one. And the worst part about it is that if China is ever defeated, if they ever get called, and you know they China, obviously they've shown signs that they hold a grudge, and they hold a grudge for a very long time. So depending on how we defeat China, would the world be willing to kill everybody in mainland China? Because I would hate for mainland China, after 20, 30 years or whatever, after they recover from their defeat, to come back and want to get revenge on the world for defeating them because they were stupid. Because right now, it is obvious that a lot of the playbook that China has been using over the last 9 years has all been one of revenge against the West, for the West that it quote did to them. Every move that they made has been one of revenge, in one way or another. And if Chinese have that long a memory, have that long of a problem with wanting to get revenge for any little slight, it might be best just to wipe them out. People cry a lot about genocide this, genocide that. People don't even know what genocide is. You know, they've never experienced it in their lifetime. You know, the last genocide that occurred on the planet was that of the Aztecs of Incas. I don't know if any Aztecs or Incas ever found to survive. But the thing is that the Spanish conquistadors were the people who were the last people to do any sort of genocide. And their genocide is real. Unlike a lot of the stuff that occurs nowadays, when the Spanish conquistadors did their genocide, it lasted. There was no ands, buts, ifs. It literally, those people were wiped out. There was not a miraculous recovery somewhere. I mean, not like in Gaza. Oh yeah, they're being genocided, but why is it that so many of the male population is still okay? Why is it that, the women and children are the only people who are starving for food? Because it's not a real genocide. The men hiding out in tunnels or wherever they hide, while the women and children suffer, is not a genocide. Or let's put it this way: if it is a genocide, then the Palestinians are genociding their own people. Why aren't they crying about Palestinians killing their own children and wives? I mean, that would be more of the truth. What the hell? Still there. Look at this guy. He has 5 different special abilities. Pretty much he just touches me and I die. And yet again, if you notice, I mean, I managed to get him that time, but still, I mean, if you notice, I mean, those two were like, they're more or less, they seemed to me like they might have been glass cannons, but still, I mean, they were highly effective, you know, in killing me when, you know, like I was nothing.
See what you've earned.
Out of all the things that Newsom could have pursued, why diapers? Maybe it's because he knows that people can't afford families, so the diapers won't be used. Diapers won't be a problem because if people still can't afford families. Because how does that help a person, inspire a person to have a family if they still can't afford to have a family? You lower the cost of okay, by a little bit, they don't have to pay for diapers for a little bit. Diapers, I guess, for children, you know, 1 to 3. I don't know when a child's supposed to be fully potty trained. I would figure at the end of age 1, maybe into age 2, they should be potty trained. I don't know for sure how that, what that, you know, what potty training, you know, age is supposed to be. But the point being is that, you know, it's not a long period, and you're giving a small break to people who are still not going to be able to afford children because they gotta send them to school, they gotta get them clothes, they gotta medical expenses. I don't. all my friends who have kids, and all my friends who wanted to have kids, and who basically just straight up couldn't. The main detriment of them having kids was literally the amount of money it takes to have a child or multiple children is a lot more than your paycheck. And basically, in the end, it ends up that, you know, the amount of
Anything
time,
else?
the amount of work that it would take, you know, to take care of your kid, it just, for a lot of them, it just couldn't be done. It was just, because jobs are not paying that much. You know, there's a lot of
Fair
insurance,
trade.
there's a lot of medical bill, there's a lot of this, there's a lot of that. Basically, the people who are the true oligarchs have done their job well. They made it so that everybody
Well
else,
struck.
you know, has no money. And that basically, well, he's a summon. Do that. You know, basically find every conceivable way to suck money out of the populace, and give themselves, you know, make themselves richer off of it.
That there is worth the coin.
And they've done such a good job over the years that basically now to have a child is, or even have more than one children, is near impossible. Okay, so I got 2 more. How many more do I need now? Oops. I need 10 more bell fragments. Oh, hold on.
Precious stones to catch the light. Come and see.
Crafting, jewel crafting. Unsocket. Craft gems. Salvage gems. Form runes. Gem fragments. Jewelry crafting. So it wasn't here. It must have. Maybe. Oh yeah, maybe it's the cultist. Okay, so salvage seals. Yeah, I don't need that one. Salvage charms. Don't need that one. Don't need that one. Don't need that one. Okay, so hold on. Dungeon keys? Oh, I could do compasses? Okay. That's interesting to know.
Fare thee well.
Okay, let's.
It is done.
sell all this. Okay. I'm heading toward, what do you call it, 1 billion gold early in the game.
Arms for the light.
Well struck.
And it's like I said, a lot of the information that I got, you know, I got from the media, I got from the internet, I got from, you know, various news sources. So I mean, you know, some stuff comes up in social media. You gotta, with social media, you gotta be careful though, because there's a lot of fake posts. You know, so a lot of my stuff, you could probably just Google it. You could probably look it up and verify it. You know, so I mean, I'm not a genius. I'm not what, super smart. You know, I didn't get a degree. You know, I only did some college, and then I kind of dropped out because I was getting frustrated with the system. And you know,
Take a chance, wanderer.
it just is what it is. Actually, let's see if I could get, if there's a chance that I get a good glove.
It seems you're a fair bit of full bad luck. Very nice. Not much, is it?
I got a glove, but not a great glove. Okay, but I could get,
Until next time.
what, some
Need something forged?
destroy that. Okay, I got 2 of those fragments.
Fair trade. Anything else?
Yeah, whispers. So I'm 25% of the way. And basically, if I could find the information, I'm sure that anybody who really wants to know the truth can find it also. And like I said, you know, my whole thing is that, you know, I want America to succeed. At the moment, because I live here, and for a number of other reasons that make kind of common sense. You know, I'm pretty much pro-American, but I'm not pro-American in that, oh yeah, I drink beer and I smoke a truck and yeah, that spear of heaven. I'm not invulnerable to it yet. You know, I don't listen to country music. I don't like country music. You know, like, you know, yeah, I'm just an average person. You know? Who basically doesn't like being lied to and likes to actually know things. And with this Chinese spy that they caught, I feel she ends up being a governor. And I forget what state she was from. But the thing is that there's more than one. I'm sure that there's other spies just like her going around. That she's not the only Chinese spy. And China is criticizing America like, oh well, why is our spy so bad? When, you know, why are your spies always like the heroes type of thing? And it's like, when does James Bond steal military technology from the country because they can't build it themselves. They can't design it themselves. I mean, James Bond has stolen plans from people, so that foreign governments can't use, hostile governments, so they can't use the technology against. So they find weaknesses to the technology if it should ever get used. But in China's case, it's that we want to just steal all your military technology so we can turn around and kill you with it. It's not for any noble purpose. Let's put it that way. It's for a lot of selfish gain. Let's put it this way. James Bond works against those people who would empty the ocean of fish just because they want to own the oceans, and figure out where China, who China is in that statement. So, have you figured out why James Bond is usually the hero? I mean, it makes a lot of sense. The only problem, though, is that James Bond is also fictional. So therefore, You know, when you meet real life spies, you know, the situation is very different of why they do what they do. Yeah, there's some sort of one of his special abilities, because I just felt it just now, had the ability that he had an ability that not only did upon his death it explodes, but it also holds you in place. So yes, there is. So whenever I get in a situation where I do feel like I can't move, and that basically I'm trying to run away, it's probably because that special ability, whatever that was, is holding me in place. And let me put it this way. You know, I'm sorry to say this, but humankind is messed up. Literally. Humans were not supposed to help other struggling humans survive. We were supposed to be letting them pretty much die. Because it was always the survival of the fittest. You know, those who couldn't figure out how to survive on their own were supposed to get eliminated. And instead, people in their mercy, their sympathy, their empathy, whatever you want to call it, have allowed some groups to live longer than they should have. And because of that, that's where a lot of the problems in the world come from. Because everybody wants to be top dog. Everybody. And that group that you just saved, even though they might be nice to you now, later on as they advance, they get you know, better at surviving, etc. They're gonna want to take your place, or they're gonna want to be just like you. And they're going to compete against the food that you like. They're going to compete, in getting that food for themselves. Because if you like that food, they got to like that food too. If you wear shoes and they normally wear sandals, oh my God, all of a sudden we got to have shoes too. And it's just simple sociology. You know, you're gonna be the dominant for a short time. You're gonna be their quote god, their hero, whatever. But when that starts wearing off, they're gonna be like, but they're not as godlike or heroic as I thought they were, and so I want to be the first one. You know, they're gonna have people among them. They're gonna be like, I want to be the first one to bring this person down, these people down. You know, it leads to stuff like that. They'll become the adversaries to your own survival, because you save them, so therefore they need resources too. You know, so I mean, unless you're prepared to you know, take these people in forever, you know, and take care of them forever, make them part of your community, whatever, forever, you know, basically, you know, humans shouldn't be saving other humans, shouldn't be helping other humans. They should be letting them die. Just like in Star Trek with the non-interference directive, unless they're of equal technology, equal, you know, level society, don't mess with them, because it'll only cause problems for you in the future. Yeah, and that's a mistake that people have been making for a very long time. Because let's put it this way. If England never went to India, do you think India would be as advanced as it is today? No, they wouldn't. They would still be wielding spears and you know, have swords and this and that. If people never fought in the Crusades against Turkey and went to Constantinople and all that stuff, do you think that Turkey would have you know, advanced to where it is today also? No, it wouldn't. If Russia didn't train Poland in how to fight and defend itself, you know, would Poland have as quote as good of military as it has now to defend its borders? No. They would still be stuck, you know, probably 10-20 years, you know, back technology-wise. I don't know what type of technology they have currently, but the point being is that, you know, a lot of people who have like like Saudi Arabia and Iran, you know, they were primitive. If it wasn't for England, you know, colonizing them, they would still be having spears. They would still be riding horses and camels and all that stuff, like in the movies. You know, they wouldn't be a threat that they are today. Okay, I got my third one. Now, to conduct my experiment. Oh, there's a world boss in 22 minutes. The biggest example is Africa. Do you think that even up to World War II, a lot of Africans were still with spears, and you know they were primitive. You know, if the Germans didn't go in there and the Europeans didn't go in there after World War II, the Africans would still be, you know, dressed in animal cloth and this and that, you know, and wielding spears and this and that. They wouldn't, you know, they wouldn't be much of a problem, you know. Now because after all the interference and all the influences, etc., they're going to be a problem, and they're not just going to be a problem to themselves; they're going to be a problem to everybody else too. And that's the real issue, you know. And I'm sure there's people out there with, you know, with big empathy. But no, we could all get along. We could all do this and we could all do that. I wish that was the case, but I have not seen any evidence that that's possible. Look at what happened. All the European countries were peaceful. Have you ever wondered why have you ever considered why Trump wants to remove America from the UN? I mean, just look at the state of the army of Germany. Look at the state of the army of England. And that wasn't even after that many years. You know, the state of the militaries of Europe is like
I suppose I
majorly disgraceful right now. A lot of their quote defense all relied on America protecting them in case of need.
Fair enough.
And it was only going to get worse. It was not going to get better. So the words, it's like Marco Rubio said, you guys are in decline. You guys did this to yourselves. And America does not want to sit there and watch you guys destroy yourselves. You know, and have to, you know, what do you call it? be the custodian of your legacy after you're gone. Okay, that in a way was disappointing because it's no longer a Doomblade. But as a rare sword, it's not that bad. The only thing though is that I don't like the, I would have liked it to be a, I would have liked it to be a, what do you call it? Life on a hit. You know, we don't want to be the one that, you know, is watch as Europe declines, basically. No, they don't have any. Because they literally, Europe was even though they deny it and people are, oh no, we're not doing that, you know, you're wrong. But literally Europe, what they were doing is that, well, we're not going to spend a lot of money on defense because we could always have America do it for us. And that was the problem. You know, America had to spend the big money for defense while Europe was basically decided that, well, we'll live in peace and we will spend it on other things, and then we'll let America have the burden of protecting us. And that was kind of the, and this was going on during Biden's time. This was going on during, I don't remember, Obama's time. I don't understand why they never addressed it, because, you know, I mean, let's put it this way. England went from a navy of like, you know, hundreds of ships to like 5 or 6 ships. France was just as bad. They went from a big army to super small army. Germany, its defensive force, you know, went from, you know, fairly competent, etc., to you know, less competent, lot smaller, and so forth and so on throughout Europe, you know. And then this Ukraine thing happened, and then it revealed how weak, quote, American allies had become, and how much money they were getting from America just to take care of their bills. And it was like, why the hell are we, you know, doing this? America has its own problems, you know. You know, America doesn't have all the wars that we have just because we're warmongering assholes type of thing. A lot of the wars that we're fighting and getting into is literally because, like I said, a lot of people were, 1, jealous of America, 2, there are a lot of people that need help, and that the only people capable of helping is America. And unfortunately, a lot of the people who need help is like Iran or Venezuela or Colombia. They need military help. They can't. It's not peaceful diplomacy, blah blah blah. No, the type of diplomacy that needs to be done in order to fix these things, you know, unfortunately, is the diplomacy of, you know, at the other end of the gun. You know. And it just is what it is. You know, and that's kind of the problem. You know, you know, a lot of the conflicts that America gets in is literally because the only way to get the conflict resolved is literally we have to send our military to resolve it. And unfortunately, I don't see that lessening. because of China, because of Russia, because of, you know, people who, like I said, don't like America. It's just going to get, it will get worse before it gets better. Because one day, because Africa is Africa, one day Africa is going to become a problem. And they're crying that we want to become like, you know, the mythical, you know, home of Black Panther. It's not going to happen because blacks have a history of basically killing their own kind. You know, it's what did the comedian say? Basically, it's like with whites too. There's the intelligent, educated, you know, white person who you know is skilled in all that stuff. And then there's the quote, you know, redneck, you know, white person who's ignorant and, you know, all he knows is simple stuff, and, you know, he doesn't grasp the world as a whole and this and that. He just focuses on his own little, you know, wedge and stuff, and he doesn't you know, he does. It's hard for him to make, you know, him understand things. And, you know, with black people, it's the same way. There's smarter group of black people, and then there's the dumber group of black people. And unfortunately, the dumber group far outmasses the smarter group, and eventually they're going to come in conflict. It's just the way it is. And considering that they're more aggressive, they're more inclined to cause problems, etc.
Let us plan our next move.
It like I said, it just is what it is. Too bad you can't choose which one. Like, for instance, why can't I choose, like, say I want to do tree missions, or I want to do nightmare dungeons, or I want to do, because basically they're not giving me a choice. They're choosing, this is all chosen for me. The only thing I get to choose is, you know, the direction. Do I want more experience points, or do I want just, you know, some spoils? You know, and that's the thing that kind of annoys me. You know, because you go here, you say you go here, you want to go here, and then you go here. And then, you know, and like I said, it doesn't give you the option of you have to take that one specific plan. It's not like you have tons of choices. There's only really two choices in the plan. You either go right or you go left. I mean, there isn't. It's not a multiple choice thing. So I mean, in my looking at the war plan, basically they could do it better. Bad thing is that I just saw some enemies teleport away to safety, so they're not dead. But where they teleported to is the question. And you know, in some cases, that's why I think that, you know, you know, black people in general should be thankful that they're in America. You know, because, you know, they get out of that cycle of drama that would occur if they were still living in Africa. Because they think that racism and stuff is bad in America. You think that there isn't racism, black racism against other blacks? I mean, that's the thing. Because in Africa, there's literally racism, black against black. You know, and you know, I don't think that you know, quote, a smarter group of black people wanting to make their own version of Wakanda is going to change the racism of the black people. You know, their own black people. And yet again, I mean, like I said, I'm not a genius. I just like to know, you know, things. And, you know, I know about, you know, a little bit about Africa. And I know that there is a couple tribes in Africa that literally hate each other. And, you know, I even know that there's black people in America, basically. But if you're not dark enough, the black people will be racist toward them. You know, they only like you know, black people of a certain amount of blackness. So in other words, if you think that black people are not racist, you must be joking. You must be kidding me. I mean, in Africa, I forget how many years ago, one of the tribes who hated another tribe had an opportunity to launch a major assault against the tribe that they hated. And they literally in this assault emptied out the prisons, which was brimming with AIDS, with black people which had AIDS, so that they could impregnate as much of the enemy as they could and give them AIDS. Because they hated them so much. And that's black versus black racism. it's like I've said many times. You know, the biggest problem with some of the social media posts from supposed black people about how white people are the devil and this and that. And I'm sitting here like, learn your own history. You know, that basically the majority of the black slaves from Africa were sold to the Americas by black people. They're the ones who were the slavers, and the Dutch just third partied the transaction. You know, it wasn't 100%. Oh, it was just the white people who were enslaving black people. No, the Middle East was enslaving them before the white people even got there. Peace presently, please. Until what? There's no hell tide, that's why. Yeah, sanctuary is at peace present. Wait until the next hell tide. Yeah, because even today, there's still slavery from Africa going on, where Africans are selling black people to Middle Eastern countries. So, people who think that it was only white people, that white people owe reparations and this and that white people were the bad people and this and that. No, it was your own people. It was your own black kings and queens and rulers and whatever of the time. It had nothing to do with the Dutch. The Dutch just were opportunistic. And not only that, but the Dutch are they're not representatives of all white people. Because, like I said, it's funny that people consider the Dutch the Dutch were white, so therefore all white were responsible. No, that is not true. Because there's a lot of different groups of quote white people that didn't have slaves, that never were involved with slavery. And and not only that, but whatever happens to the Dutch doesn't really affect everybody else. I mean, now if a person is just hunting people down, because of the color of their skin, etc., and they kill off the Dutch people because they were just happened to be white, and these people hunted white people. Then maybe the Dutch, because they're what, cousins or whatever, or they have a commonality. But the thing is that we're not one group. There are people who nowadays try to say that all Mexicans, are connected when they're not. Or all Asians, or all this, all that. Because Europeans are not all connected. Like I said, Mexicans are not all connected, but if you see a Mexican doing something wrong and you call it out, they will say, what? What? Are all Mexicans, you're saying that all Mexicans are bad then? No, I'm just saying that you did something wrong. But, they keep wanting to put it like every Mexican. Because let me put it this way, not all Chinese are bad either. The ones that escape China, who recognize the truth and know the history of China and know what's going on in the government, etc., and that, they just want to get away and have a better life, and embrace being in the new country where they have opportunities. They tend to be intelligent, good people. It's usually the ones that the CCP control, and our mainland Chinese people that they're indoctrinated into are usually the bad ones. They're usually the ones that become the spies and betrayers and want everybody to become communist. Which is funny because even Chinese, like I said, they're not communist anymore. So I don't know why they would be promoting communism when communism actually failed for China. Let's put it this way. In order for China to get its revenge, they gave up being communist. Because communists would not get them the status that they have today. And if somebody calls me a capitalist lover, which would be weird, but you know, say somebody does, how would that be bad? When, like I said, everybody who runs to another country is usually a communist running to a capitalist country. So the words, how would be a capitalist lover be a bad thing when I'd be helping people? I'd be saving people.
See what you've earned.
Like I said, I'd be giving that a person an opportunity to actually, rather than eat his own leather shoe soles, to be able to eat a Big Mac or a cheeseburger, even though it might not be healthy for him. But the thing is that he'll have an option. You know. The only thing I'm kind of disappointed at is that somebody is manipulating capitalism or manipulating America in general. Maybe not capitalism, but basically all the Coca-Cola that is healthier for you, they made poison. They added all these extra chemicals to the Coca-Cola. Where if you look at the Coca-Cola that goes overseas, you notice that a lot less chemicals. And if you ever drink the Coca-Cola, it's more of the original taste than what the Coca-Cola really is now. What's this? Why is there
More there than I thought.
how much more? Okay, I need 4 more.
Up close or at a distance, I have weapons for any engagement. Well struck.
I'm sure he has weapons,
This'll do nicely.
but whether they're anything that I need is a whole nother story. A Doom Blade. I'll sell these. These right here.
I'll take it off your hands.
Oh, I know what I could do with the but I better check to see the material components. I'm gonna go use the bathroom, and then I'll be right back, and I'm gonna check chat, and we'll go from there. Okay. That's sad. Come by to check on my chat, and all I get is Streambo ads. I don't know if any real people are actually part of these Streambo ads, but just so people know that if I ban you and you're a Streambo ad person, I'm not going to unban you.
Who's asking? Apologies, Wanderer. Do you need something? What's this? A letter? This may never reach you. No. 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 Where did you get this? The drowned? Closing in? All this time, I've been ashamed of me, Father. I thought he abandoned us. And this... Wait. I've seen something like this before. An amulet imbued with druidic power. This is a relic from when I was a child. When our people still practiced the old ways. But I fear now I've not the ability to use it. Unless, could you use it? Me father wouldn't have wanted it collecting dust on a shelf.
Worry not. I will take care of it.
I wish Mum was here to see. Well, at least now her spirit can rest easy. Thank you, friend.
Welcome to my home away from home.
It's a lore item. I'll put it away. put an example up saying that, you know, I don't want Streambo. So, I don't know, there seems to be a lot of people, a lot of Democrats, a lot of leftists, etc. all over the world that seem to be on the same wavelength, that, you know, they're going to support mass migration and basically destroy the countries that they represent. I don't understand where this mentality comes from. And why is it then that all these Democrats seem to be stupid at the same time? Because, like I said, they're initiating something in which they have no control over, and in essence, the end result that a lot of people experienced when Islam got established, when it finally becomes a majority of the places that usually it is to wipe out the government. So do these Democrats think that they will just, you know, stay part of the government, or what is their mentality? You know, I don't understand why they think that they're not going to be killed. Is that a new dance of race? The problem that I have is that they have those chests which require 150 cinders. Then they have the ones that are 250 cinders. But the problem that I see is that when you open those chests, they're not worth it. You know, you get sometimes better drops out of the 75 cinder ones than you do out of the high priced ones. Damn, I lost a lot of cinders. Lost cinders again. But right now I'm just the lack of chests out here is just annoying. Let's go there. Damn. I gotta recoup all those cinders. And about jobs in general, I'd worry. Because just because Elon Musk thinks that, you know, that people will you know, get a universal wage, etc. I mean, we're talking about a global, you know, world forum government who wants to charge us for literally for the air we breathe. So I mean, chances are we're going to be screwed. Literally, the world's going to have to live with high levels of unemployment for a while. Because I don't think that the government will know how to deal with that. Now, let's put it this way. If Bernie Sanders would have decided to live in one mansion, if he would, like most of the Democrats, would stop stealing money from the American public and put together free health care and free dental and some food stuff, because people still need to eat while employed. You know, then maybe I could see that maybe won't be so bad. We just don't have all the luxuries of you know, when we're employed. We won't be able to buy a lot of extra stuff. But you know, getting maybe 1,000 a month, you know, or whatever. To spend anywhere we want, type of thing. Oh shoot, what's this? Oh, Hell's Assassin. also another disturbing fact is that why is it that most of the people who are causing problems nowadays with breaking up families and begging for communism, etc. Why is it most of them are women? Somebody has to explain it to me how or who convinced women that communism is a better system. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I'm not strong enough to deal with overwhelming odds like that.
I suppose I can do something with it. Fair enough.
Oh, hold on.
You want it back, you pay.
Oh, it is a waitress, isn't it? Pity to break another's work.
Okay, I need to... Tree of Whispers, Elite Monsters. Okay. I'll leave that there. The plan is to see if there's any unique gloves for the warlock. Move! Yeah, I lost because I hate Undercity, first of all. Second of all, I mean, there's a lot of reasons why I lost, but one of it was because of the lag. You know, it was hard for me to fight things, you know, with the lag going on. Could it be because of the Streambo message that ended up now? Motherfuckers, I hate the Streambo. They're wasting my time. And not only that, but they're taking up space on my chat, which I don't want them to. They're making my chat look ghetto is what they're doing. Maybe I have to find, there's a thing that for my chat where it if certain words are used, it prevents them from being. Maybe if I put Streambo in as a word that I barred from my chat, maybe it'll. Time here. Lost some time there twice. I picked up a bunch of extra seconds because I killed some of those time creatures at the same time. I say the treasure here sucks? That's the thing. I don't like the layout of the Undercity, and I don't like the treasure drop. the hell? Server. And then not only that, but this and that and the other thing. I was just trying to make sure if you're Okay, one fail. This should be it. Go to material. Oh, there's the helmet. So uniques now have their abilities are different? This one has cooldown reduction. This one has resource cost reduction. Oh, I did get some sort of glove. Hands of the World Breaker. Interesting. But I don't use Apocalypse. I don't even remember seeing that skill. I'll have to look it up.
It is done.
Fair enough. Deal. I suppose I can do something with it.
Goodbye. It has been a pleasure.
Okay, so I need level 2 on my war plans on 2 different sections. Level 1, level 1, level 1, level 2, level 1, level 1. Okay, so I have 1 level 2, and Tree of Whispers 1 is very close. What the frack? I don't know how much experience this will get me, but if it gets me 250, then I clear the objective.
I'm with you, friend.
We got separated. My friends were cut down. You wanderer. Without I'd be dead. Think I can manage from here?
Yeah, war plans don't have a lot of options. That's the way. I think that they're going to have to come up with a strategy so they can wipe out all the Islamic people in Iran. Because, you know, you don't want to take forever. War is not that long, but the thing is that it could easily become that long if you give them time to dig in. And like I said, the biggest thing about this war is that it reveals, you know, how short the military is on vital resources. Because, you know, there should be no way in hell that they should run out of missiles and bombs this early in the battle. Well, I don't know about the streamers in general, what they think of, like a lot of the streamers that I usually follow, they all, a lot of them are saying that basically this is like a very busy time and stuff like that, and a lot of, you know, games and stuff are coming out, and it's like, but as far as I could see, there's nothing that great, you know, coming type of thing. I think the only thing I might be slightly interested in is the James Bond. But everything else seems to be garbage. Cinders, more cinders. Well, I gotta collect 6,666. So, whatever. If I go into the Helltide, I go into the Helltide. I mean, there might be like one other game that you know I might be slightly interested in, but I mean, the only game really out that I could see that, you know, I think is enjoyable is this one. And like I said, you know, maybe I'm curious about the James Bond one, because I'm always hoping that they'll finally do a good James Bond game. But who knows? So far, all the previous ones have been kind of mid. Damn. He explode really good. He explodes so much that I died along with him. I'll take the helm. Hey, he has some legendary unique armor. This guy has some good stuff. What the frack? I might have to teleport after this to unload some of this. Okay. I teleported away just to die. Cold demons. What's that? Soul brand? There's too many of them, like I said. I tried to dodge and it wouldn't let me. I got stuck. Now I gotta reaccumulate all those. I don't know. It's like every creature has explosive death. It's like they can't possibly take me out unless they explode when they die. I lost my hell tide. It took me so long to accumulate that I gotta teleport to another one. Sanctuary is peaceful, please wait. Oh my god. Sanctuary peaceful? Oh. Oh, I got it. Cool. Give me. Oh, okay. My inventory's full.
Nobody will.
Decent value.
I thank you.
Good salvage.
See? The finest quality.
So I want to be here. Drop Resplendent Spark. I think that's something I could live with.
Precious stones, beautifully cut. This I can sell.
Let us help this one.
So now the question would be, is that if the end of the era should occur where a lot of the famous big streamers retire because they just have, you know, they've enjoyed streaming to a point, they got to where they wanted to go, and then they just decided that they got enough money and they just don't want to do it anymore, etc. You know, what, how different do you think that the streaming environment will be? Because, let's put it this way, even if Ninja decides to come back, he'll probably take another long hiatus once his daughter is born. And, you know, he'd want to probably spend a lot of his time with her. And then, you know, you're talking that there's people like Valkyrie, she's just saying that basically she might, you know, at least take a while, you know, a bit off, you know, to refresh herself, type of thing. Figure out what she wants to do with the next, you know, portion of her life. Then there's Pokimane, who basically is like, you know, because of a lot of the stuff that's going on right now, that she, you know, that's causing her some stress. You know, that she might want to just quit streaming. I don't know how she's going to make money if she quits streaming, but, you know, that's all on her. What other videos out there? Interesting, a lore item. I must have killed a special and just not realized it. Okay, let's get back into the Helltide. Yeah, because what Dizzy Kitten is claiming to, you know, be getting married, or at least she's engaged at the moment. So that might change. That might change the way she's streaming. But then, considering that her fiance just recently got a job, it's going to take him 4 years or so to become established at said job. So maybe she isn't going to get married right away. So we'll just have to wait and see. Yeah, because on average, it's supposed to be that basically 4 years of employment before kind of settle in, before you don't have to worry about knowing things. You don't have to, you know, you're fairly comfortable in your role. You've earned some seniority, you know, blah blah blah. Oh, excuse me. It's going to be a while before we get through this war plan. Because I still need, what, 90 more you know, ashes, whatever, to open that chest. Unless there's another chest out here that I can get to. Well, there's one all the way over here. Unfortunately, the red color is kind of... the good news is that at least, you know, Dizzy is not in a hurry to get married. You know, so that's a good thing. And all Nathan has to worry about is that if the job is going to survive for you. Because who knows, with a lot of companies merging, business, moving, you know, who knows? I mean, I wouldn't be, my life would have been totally different if jobs where I would have liked to stay at didn't move. You know, sometimes they move, you know, because they open new facilities, and you know they like keep two open when you only need one. So I mean, it makes sense. I mean, as a person employed by a company that you actually, you know, who actually wants to, you know, to stay type of thing. I mean, it's a bridge, you know. Because you gotta, you know, get a new job, you have to relocate type of thing, you know. But that's life. Okay. Now I gotta go back to the way I came. Let's see here. I'm there. Where's that other chest? Well, it doesn't matter. I'll just go there. That one's close.
Anyone asks, tell them it's from Skovos.
Fair enough. I suppose I can do something with it. Deal. Bye now.
Ancients, watch over this one.
I gotta open up 2 more.
Wondered what happened to that shipment. Guess a reward is in order. Can't run an inn with nothing to feed lodgers.
Glitched and then I was killed. They're both still there. so many cinders too, and those two wiped it out.
The killers are likely still about.
What is this?
Yet again, it's they all have to have explosive death now. It's like I said, you know, it's gonna get to the point where it's like, you know, I just expect to die. You know, until I get you know, some major resistance down. You know, the explosive death thing is gonna keep killing me. I don't know if anybody out there has the same taste in items like me. And I'm very tempted to find like a 5-foot Godzilla. You know, 5-foot long Godzilla. Because I could, you know, I would like to stand in by my door. So when people come in, you know, that he's sitting like right there. What's that? Something special is there. Let's see if we could go over there and kick something special's ass. There was once one. There used to be a Japanese like toy hobby store in Great Mall, and you know, they had one. They had like, it was like 5 feet long, and it was remote controlled. It was not just a toy. It had some remote control features. And unfortunately, at the time I didn't have the money. And eventually the store closed down. Which was kind of sad. Oh, hold on. There's another chest right there. Son of a... It's going to take me too long to recoup. I need to also find a cheaper chest. 4 minutes. Okay, I'm there. Let's go there. Maybe that chest will be able to open with 75.
I suppose I can do something with it.
Fabrics and armor fit for Philios himself.
Okay. thought I was out of the range, but with the lag, I was apparently still unfortunately there. Yeah, the funny thing is that the internet was supposed to get better. They were supposed to improve it. But yeah, they got faster, but the quality of the internet got worse. Because I noticed that, yeah, the service can get up to 1,000 megabytes per second. But the problem is that the ping and everything else got worse. So now there's lag, there's service issues and all that stuff.
I'm being followed.
I thought I was gonna die. I mean, in technicality, I did die once.
It is done.
Fair enough.
Goodbye. It has been a pleasure.
Worthy of the ancients, this.
The lag is giving me a headache because watching the screen kind of stutter. Here, let me... I'll after this I'll check chat. I don't expect much, you know, just having one person is usually all that really happens. For the quick strat, hopefully everybody has managed to get it. Oh man, his flaming aura killed me before I could kill him. He was very low too, which is kind of annoying. Okay. When I encounter him, he'll be at full health again, so I gotta kill him quick. Luckily, a lot of his minions or the side people are dead, so. Okay, got him. I'm thirsty, I'm hungry, and I still have a long ways to go. So, like a lot of people wonder as they grow older, you know, I wonder if I'll ever encounter that significant other that, you know, would be my one and only type of thing. Pretty disadvantaged as it is right now, but it doesn't mean I cannot make something work. Why is he doing no damage to these things? I think it's considering how scary the left is right now, I don't know. It's kind of hard to contemplate, you know, if I ever do find a woman, you know, would she, you know, be willing to, or would she be interested in having a family, or would she not want the responsibility? And then not only that, but she be a mess like a lot of the young women are nowadays. A lot of the women that I keep encountering are like, you know, because of the indoctrination and everything, they want to explore being lesbian and or bisexual and all this stuff. You know, it's kind of scary. It's kind of weird that women who don't want to be women is basically what we're announced to. You know, which is kind of weird. And the thought is that if you do have kids, how messed up is she? Would she try to turn our kid into a bisexual? Would she want to turn our kid into a trans? I mean, that's some scary thoughts. But it seems to be that that's what the left and the Democrats seem to be pushing right now. You know, I mean, even on social media, there's a lot of pictures of girls kissing other girls. They're trying to make it acceptable by putting it out there, you know. Oh, look how attractive they look, you know? And look how pleasing it is to see two girls, you know, kissing each other. I mean, but the only thing that I keep seeing is the fact that, you know, if that girl likes that girl so much that she enjoys kissing her, then basically, even if she's attractive, she wouldn't be interested in me because, you know, she's interested in her, right? I mean, there's so much indoctrinating trash out there that it's not funny. And it just... And anytime you comment about it, you know, you get a lot of hate. You know, you don't want to see it in your kids' cartoons. You don't want to see it in, you know, you don't want it discussed in school, you know, but yet it's being pushed by the globalists big time because, you know, they're trying to teach kids that are not even 12 years old yet, you know, that this is what a lesbian is like. This is what a gay person is like. And it's like, why do I want my kid knowing that when he's not even 12? When not even adult enough to, you know, for it to even matter, you know. But they're pushing it, you know. They're wrong for doing so, but like I said, what can you do? All you could do is you could put it online, and you could, you know, on your social media, and you could you know, just not watch their movies. I mean, they totally ruined Buzz Lightyear movie with the lesbians. That movie would have been totally fine without it, but they put it in. The sad part is that because of their stupid woke agenda and, you know, LGBT agenda, they ruined Toy Story and they ruined Buzz Lightyear. So I don't know. I wonder if there's any people on the left or Democrats, etc., that you know, they see this stuff too, and they're like, this is wrong. I don't want, you know, I don't want this in you know, my kids' school and stuff either. Fight him again. I don't have that much time left either. Come on, move. Yeah, killing him in 43 seconds. When I have all this lag. I just barely managed to do it, and he had such lousy treasure too. But that's a whole nother story. Okay.
Go. I will see you again soon. A hard-fought battle indeed.
Almost. Okay, so Okay. Actually, no, I didn't have one. Okay.
Anyone asks, tell them it's from Skovos.
Ascari still never asks. Fair enough.
Maybe I'll see you again.
It's not what I was looking for. Maybe he's up here.
Wise to seek an Ascari where stones are concerned. From creation, destruction.
No sixes yet. Damn. Okay, everything should be... Oh, damn. There's no way I would do this. Starting time only 45 seconds. I just, with the lag and everything. If there was a in-game auction, I would sell that. You know, to those people who could pass it. Okay, well, I'm gonna call it quits here. Thanks for everybody who came. Thanks for everybody who watched. Thanks for everybody who followed. Thanks to the new follow. Let's see here. Asorthicol, I guess that's how you pronounce it. You know, thanks for the follow and the you know, for saying hi. It's much appreciated. Believe me. Don't get very many people who say hi. I guess they're all shy or something. I don't know. But it is what it is. And I'll be back on Friday, and we'll play some more. Let me check. So many of these I got to do something about these Streambo things. They're pissing me off. But that's another a different thing that I'll have to work on. I'll do that off stream. But yeah, everybody, take it easy. As far as I know, the hantavirus is it's out there, but there's no cases, no major amount of cases yet. It's not a problem yet. Just watch the news. Find a news source that is actually worth using. Keep informed, because it's not the hantavirus. There's another virus also. And the bad news is that recently, a lab somewhere, I forget where, was recently broken into, and a bunch of viruses were stolen. So I don't know if it was the Chinese, because the Chinese were messing around with viruses, etc., to release onto America if the time should come. Or if it's the Islamics, as revenge for attacking Iran, who knows? But all I know is, keep safe, and be prepared for whatever comes. They say that this virus is not doesn't transmit very well. But they said the same thing about COVID. They said it didn't fly, it didn't do this and that. But the thing is, for something that did not transfer very well, it ended up in the Himalayas. It ended up in Alaska. It ended up in different places where there was no way a person could have brought it there, and yet it was there. So basically, the definition of a virus that isn't supposed to be able to travel is I guess a different definition from the definition we put for you and me, because when you tell me that the virus is very hard to transmit, and that it doesn't fly, it doesn't do this, it doesn't do that, to me, then we should be safe. If I never come within 10 feet of somebody, there's no way it should get to me. But in the case of COVID, like I said, for me, I caught it because on the way home, I was tired from a long trip, so I decided to stop somewhere and take a nap before traveling the rest of the way, and I caught it on the from in the damn parking lot of the place that I took a nap in, and it kind of pissed me off because yet again, the COVID virus wasn't supposed to float in air, it wasn't supposed to fly, but obviously I caught it when I was in my car, because I was totally fine beforehand, all the way up to the point in which I drove home, and then I caught it. My family that I was visiting, my parents and stuff, they didn't get it, so they weren't affected by it. It was only me. So the words, if they didn't catch it, and I was with them for a few hours before I left, then that means that they didn't have it, they didn't catch it, so the virus didn't come from them. And the only place I went besides visiting them was, like I said, I was in my car driving home. I didn't make any stops except for to take a nap, and obviously it was floating around the air. So take care of yourself beyond that of what the doctors tell you. Let's put it that way, because they obviously don't know everything. I forget the name of the other virus that's out there, but yeah, just take care, and stay healthy, And you know, of course, you know, find a good source of information, like a news source, so that you know a little bit about what's going on in the world. Don't be ignorant. Don't you know, go blind type of thing, you know, through your life, because you know, who knows. Newsom kept complaining that since Trump was so bad that he was going to withdraw California from America and this and that, you know, many times, but it didn't happen. You know, but who knows? Maybe one day we'll have a governor who will do something crazy like that, and who won't put it up for vote. Who will just do it, and you know. But you got to know, you know, there is good reasons why you need a good source of information of what's going on around, and the words, you know, I could list some off the top of my head, but I'm very tired and I'm hungry and I'm thirsty, so I'm sorry. And you know, we'll just you know, do our best, and you know, and like I said, I'll try to be back on Friday, and then we'll go from there. So have a great night. Keep warm, keep cool. You know, keep hydrated. You know, and we'll just keep trudging along. We have Torment 2 to look forward to later on. We're still too soft in the center for you know, to leave Torment 1. I'm still getting my butt kicked left and right. Sure sign that I need to toughen up. My guy is pretty much glass cannon without the special ability. So we just got to do better. We just got to, you know, get our gear better, and go from there. Okay. With that, I better say goodbye before I pass out. You know, have a great one, and don't forget, Punisher came out tonight. So if you want to see, if you enjoyed the Punisher on the MCU on Disney Plus, it's out. So I know I'm gonna catch it when I can.